Hello everyone, I'm back and we got ourselves another tutorial. It's been a long time since my last video. I think it's been 3 weeks or something. I've been really busy with some personal project, but now I'm back with a good and kind of modern project, and we are going to use another framework which is built on top of the Node and React. And it's called NextJs. We are going to use NextJS to implement the Crypto.com NFT marketplace. They have launched it already. I think it's been a while that they have launched it. I don't know exactly um, how much it's been since they launched it, but I think it's new because if you go to the main page, right over here, you can see that they got the new tag here, and we are going to build this marketplace, this NFT minting page, kinda, and we are going to implement the home page, including the slider, just like this. We might not have the animations, but the slider working. And we are going to implement this one, this section for subscription. This section, this carousel, we will implement it fully functional. And next section is going to be this grid. We are going just to create this stuff. We are not going to take a deep coding tutorial. It's only going to take our time. I will cover this kind of controllers or controls in another videos. I'm planning to do some short videos, and they will be right there in those packages. So we will get to implement this, and keep in mind that our project is going to be responsive. And just like this, we will implement the footer. The next page we are going to cover is the profile section. This page, I will show you this, then we go back into the real project which we just coded. So we will implement the tabs. We've already done that in NFT Marketplace. The last video we've implemented the tabs, but we will do that again. We will do that again here, and we'll get to implement this section, all of them. And if we click on one of those, we get to the marketplace page or the NFT page, which we will cover and code fully all of the items you see here, and it's going to be responsive. So let's take a look at the final project. The final project is this. As you can see, we got the slider. The images take a bit to load. Got the slider here, it's working perfectly. And we got the subscription section, we got the carousel, just like this. And we got the grid over here, and if you go ahead and click on any of those, like this, we get navigated to the profile page. And we got the tabs over here. I've added a bit animation to it so it looks more smooth. And we got the items over here, and let's say we click on any of those, we get redirected to this page and the NFT page or the item page, and it's fully responsive. So if I go ahead and do something like this, as you can see, we get this one. This is fully responsive. The menus, the header, we get this one. And if we go to another page like this page, the first page, it's responsive too. So take a look at it. We get the paddings implemented, as you can see. And we come down here, the grid gets smaller and smaller as we reduce the width of the page. And if we've been already there, so let's go to the profile page, and there you go. Okay, now that we have this, let's go into the coding and see how to implement this website, this NFT marketplace, using Next.js, React, and styled components. To get started, we need to create the project as we always do. You could just go ahead and create your project using the command like create next app, something like this, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, you could do that by something like this, yarn, or you could use npm and create your project. But in that case, if you are going to use the styled components, you should do some configuration on your project. So I've already done that in this repository, and React icons and the styled components and some global stylings are applied. And since it's already applied, the only thing you have to do is just copy this repository, come to the directory you want, like for example in here, and open the command prompt and type in git clone and paste in the URL and give it the name of the directory that you want to store your project. I will type in YT React Next UI Crypto NFT. It's kind of like tag names. And as soon as it's done, we can just go ahead inside it, and we should remove this git folder. You could initialize this project over your git if you want, but I rather to delete this, because if we commit anything, it will push it to this repository, and we don't want this. It's kind of a boilerplate over here. And now that we've done that, I will come in here, open this repository or this project with Visual Studio. We should change some stuff in here. First of all, we need to change the naming in this place. So I'll just grab this one, paste it over here, save this. And we need to define some colors in here. I've already have the colors, so let me go ahead and just copy and paste them over here. Okay, just like this. These are our colors that we are going to use. And besides that, we need some images that we are going to use in this project, and I will grab those and paste them in here inside the public folder. So in order to do that, I will reveal this one in File Explorer inside the public, and I have them over here. So grab those, paste them over here, replace these two files. It doesn't matter, they're the same, but we got the images. We have some images in here. We got the logos, the NFTs, the slider images, avatars, and the covers. So we are already good to go, and we can go ahead and start our project, our coding. But before that, I will hit in the items, and just like that. So first step is going to be, let me close this one and come in here. First step is going to be installing the packages, because this one just got cloned and it doesn't have the node modules. So I will go ahead and type in npm install, and after that just run this for us, run the project. So npm run dev. Keep in mind that when you're working with Next.js, you should run npm run dev, and when you're working with React, you can go ahead and just say npm start, but it's not the case in here. You can see the commands in here. So you have the dev, which is next dev. You have the build, we have the start. If you go ahead and type in npm start, it will start it for you in production level, not in the development level. And press enter. As soon as it's done installing, you should see these line of outputs, and you can just click on this and open your project. This is the default page that you're going to see. So let me grab one, or actually I will keep one in here and get a minimized one, right over here. So just like this. And there you go. Okay, let's clean up a bit, since we should come in here. We are already in the Next.js environment. It's a bit different with the React. It's actually based on React, but the folder structures are a bit different, because Next.js supports server-side rendering, and whichever folder or file you create in here, which will eventually become a URL that you could directly access using your browser. And there is an API folder, which you could go ahead and deploy your APIs and do your business logic in here. As you can see, there's already default hello.js. And after that, we should come in here. We already got this index. This index kind of forwards us, or is the main page for the project. This is this logo. This is root directory, and I'm going to do some structure in this project. First is that by default you don't have this folder components. I've created this, it's for this boilerplate, and we place our main components, or kind of the pages, inside this. And whichever page needs more components, we create a new folder here as the same name as the same name fit the component, so we don't get confused, and we could split our code into smaller chunks of blocks of HTML or CS or JavaScript, or kind of components in general. So I will come here in index and get rid of this stuff because we don't need them. So if we have the index element, I will grab this section over here and remove it. This head component is a component imported from the NextJs, which gives us access to inject everything actually we want into the head of the page. So you could just inject the title, meta description, and everything you need in here. So I will change this one to crypto, crypto.com maybe. Crypto.com NFT marketplace, just like this. And as you can see, it gets changed over here, and we don't need this one actually, or any of this, because we got rid of them. So let's come over here inside the app. It's kind of the shared one, whichever component you load in this environment goes here, will be passed here as a component, as you can see this. And this one is a shared page between all of these directories, and you could kind of apply your global stylings, your loadings, or anything you want to be shared between your pages or your whole project. So that's where I have included the global styling beside our main component inside the React fragment. That's kind of the main idea here. And for the global styling, we should apply and manipulate some of these values over here. Now in here, we could just go ahead and say that give some transition to all elements here. So transition, it's going to be all, and the 0.36 second is good. And after that, we come down here inside this one and kind of comment this one out and set the color to inherit. So when you go ahead and set some color on the parent of any of these elements, they will inherit that color from the parent. And after that, we don't need anything in here. Actually, we have this one here, so you grab this and paste it over here, just like this. In here, the main idea is, since this one is the shared, it's going to be shared between all the pages and views, kinda. I'm going to create a styled component called main, which will include all of the elements, such as footer, the content, and the header inside it, and the global styles will be just sitting beside it. So I will include this main over here, and here is going to be header. After that, there's going to be something called page, or you could just call it contents, because, or rather naming page, because every element that we are going to give or kind of use here inside the directories will be wrapped inside a page element that could take care of everything for us if you want some global padding, global stylings, or such things like that. And Here we get the footer. So the main idea is to wrap this one, which is the components that we pass, inside a page, and they're just right there. Header and the footer just sits beside that one, and there's the global styling. So after this, we need something called mobile menu. Mobile menu is going to be in here too, just inside the main, and it's a div. And then we need something called nav item here, which could be an a link. Yeah, that's it. And so what seems to be the problem here? Style is not defined, so I will import it here. I can't, so I'll just come here and say styles. And there you go, it just fixes it. After that, I'm going to style the main element. So display is going to be flex direction, going to be column, and width is going to be 100%, and min high is going to be 100% of viewport's height. That's it. I'm going to use state here for the mobile menu, so we can check if the mobile menu is open or not, and kinda show or hide it using the other elements, give the access for this state, which we are going to create here. I will call it mobile menu is open, and grab this and set mobile menu is open is equal to use state. And by default it's false, just like this, and we need to import the use state from React, so it doesn't give us the completion. I will import it manually from React. It should fix the problem. And next step is going to be creating this. Let me show you over here. We don't need this one. This header. This header is kind of two sections. We already have this one. There is going to be, this is the first styling, and when we hit some smaller sizing on the screen, these two sections, this section and this section for the search bar, is going to get hidden just like this. Let me show you. So if we hit this sizing, the menu, which was here, the navigation, gets over here to the mobile menu, and the search bar converts to something like this. So actually I'm going to create a new component called header in here. New file, header.js, and React functional component in here. Okay. For the header, we need some imports. First is going to be some icons. So as you can see, let me show you over here. We need some icons for the header section and the navigation section. We need this magnifier. We are going to need this one, this menu, and this close button over here. So we are going to import those using React icons, which is included in this repository by default. And from React icons /fi, we need two of this. Next one is going to be CG search from CG, and we need the IO close from the IO5. Then we need the colors and the devices. We need the use state in here. State from React. And these are fine for now. We need another element in here called button, which we haven't created yet. We are going to create that inside the styled folder, which is I rather to place all of my shared component in that, the components that I'm going to use rapidly or commonly. So in the components, I will create a new folder called styled. Inside the styled folder, I will create a new file called button.js, and I'm going to create, first of all, I will import the styled from styled components, and then I create a new variable called button, equals to styled.button, and export it by default, just like that. So let me import button somewhere so we can see it actually. I will use it inside here, button. Does it give us the auto import? Yes, it does. And test BDM, something like that. And now we have the button in here. Let's style it and give it some proper lookings. We set the display to flex. Align items, center, justify content center, cursor, pointer. And for the background, we are going to need this kind of background. Let me duplicate this page, make it smaller so we can see the items in it. As you can see over here, the button is going to be something like this eventually. So in here, I will use background, and we are going to use the linear gradient, which is from left to right. And the first color, I will paste red and blue here, so we can test it. Yeah, it's working. So first color, we already have the gradient colors inside the theme folder, a theme file, sorry. And colors object, there is something called gradients, which contains a primary to secondary color range kinda. So I will go ahead and say colors dot wait a second, colors dot gradients. Let me see if it's, or do we have the colors here? No. Should import it first. Gradients, primary to secondary, and the first color, something like this. And I will grab this one, paste it here, and change this to 1. There you go, we get that. And we need to set the border to none. Padding is going to be 0.5 rem for the bottom and top and bottom, and 1.5 rem for the sides. There is a problem here. We don't get the styles applied, so I don't know where is the problem. Oh, there you go. Should be rem. And font weight 500. Then we are going to set the width to max content. After that, we should use the props in here. So let me set the, we don't have to set the color in here. I will change this one, or I will leave it be. We are going to use the props for the border radius, and I will pass it first. Then we check if the round prop is already present and it's true. We will set the border radius to 50 pixels. And if it's not true, we will set that 5 pixels, just like that. So by default, it's 5 pixels. And when we click, when we pass in this prop like this, it changed like this button that you could see over here. We do that because we have two kind of buttons. First is this one and first is this one. So we already managed them in one component. Now that we have the button, let me remove it and import it in header. Now for the header element, we are going to define them in here. We are eventually going to define them in here, but first we need another section for here, which is the search bar, this one right here. So I will create a new folder here called header, and inside the header I will create a new file called searchbar.js. Search bar here. There you go. And inside the search bar, we are going to need an icon for the search. So we use the CG search from the React icon /CG. Then we are going to need the colors from the theme file, devices. So the elements we need in here are going to be around 2 or 3, which we have one already, is this one. The next one is going to be search bar BG. And the last one is going to be search bar input, which is an input. Now we are going to use them over here. So wrap them around in search bar BG. Is that right? Yes, it's right. And then we use the CG search and the search input with the placeholder of, let me see what's the placeholder here. Search collectibles and collections, just like that. And there's a problem with this. We should close it. So we cannot see this. I will import it in here inside this one. Or actually, we could go ahead and import the header in here, but first let me try it out here. So search bar. What seems to be the problem? We didn't import it, did we? Let me see. Yeah, we have it. We have that imported. So, oh, there's a problem. My bad. And we have the search bar over here. Let's go ahead and style it. For the search bar element, we should set the background. So background color is going to be colors dot background. Padding is going to be 0.5 rem and 1 rem for the sides. Gap is going to be 0.5 rem. Height is going to be 100%. Keep in mind that when we press save, the styling might not look good because it's going to expand in all this space, but as soon as we start and move this one to the header and set some fixed sizing for it, it will be fixed on the top, so no worries about that. And max width is going to be 480 pixels. There's a reasoning behind this, and that's this one over here, because if you go ahead and expand this one, I will minimize it. If I expand it, you can see that the search bar over here expands itself, but at some point it does not. And that's going to be the max width. We don't want the search bar to be expanded all the way here. We set a max width, and on the min width we don't have any worries, because when we hit the min width it gets disappeared. But on the height max width, we should set some max width over here. And display is going to be none. I will comment this one out, because by default we are not going to see this one. We are going to see the mobile version, which we will create after this. But by default we are not going to see this unless we hit the bigger or larger sizings than the tablet size or the laptop size, which we tell this to show. And then we should set the flex to 1. Align items, going to be center. And here is where the magic comes in. Media queries, we use the media queries, and when we hit the laptop sizing, we change display to flex. So I will save it here for now and keep this one commented, because we need to see the stylings here. So after that I will uncomment this one and we use the component in the right way. For background color of the search bar BG, we need to set that to white. So background color is going to be colors.white. Display is going to be flex. Width is going to be 100%. Align items, it's going to be center. Gap is going to be 0.5 rem. For the radius, we set that to 20 pixels. Padding is going to be 0.5 rem for the top and bottom, and 1 rem for the sides, or maybe 0.7. Seems better. For the SVG or the icon inside it, set the font size to 1.5 rem. And the color is going to be colors dot primary. After that we go over to the search input, set the border to none, set the font size to 1.50 rems, set the flex to 1, and when we focus on it, we set the outline to none, just like that. So there you go. This is our search bar. This is the search bar here, and we got it working already. So I will uncomment this one out and leave it be and remove it from over here. After that, we should come in the app here inside it and use the header right in here. So I will use the header here. We don't have anything yet in header, but we will add something. So let me remove this one, and these two actually is going to be here. This component is going to be inside the page, and the footer is going to be right in here. So after we hit save, we come in here and let me import the search bar, because we are going to need it. And if I press save, we see nothing, and that's because we haven't hit this sizing yet. As you can see in here, when we hit the larger sizing, we see that. And now that we have this, we should create another file called mobile search bar.js. And this one is going to be kind of the same as the last one, as this one, but with slight changes in the stylings. So I will just come in here, copy everything, paste it over here, change this to mobile search bar, just like that. And we need one extra item here. So comes the, I will call it height maybe, or height search bar. Style dot span, because when you come over here and when we do this, here we got something called hide, so we can hide this, show this, and hide this again. So that's this element is all about. And let me give it a bit width, minimize it, and right in here, or we could actually use this one outside this boundary, or hide, something like this. We'll come back in header, remove this one, and include the mobile search bar. Just save it, and we should get back over here and start styling this stuff. They have kind of different styling, so I will they have the same gap, same height, and the width is going to be same as this one. Let me give you a showcase here. We're designing this one, and display should be flex, and it will get flex here, so flex, and align item center, remove this one. You should set the position to absolute, and when we hit the laptop sizing, the display should be none, because we don't want to see it when we hit the laptop sizing. And here I should change the color to colors dot background, or sorry, the white color. That's better. And for the search bar, PG, background should be white, display should be flex, width should be 100%, align item center, gap of 0.5 rem. For the radius, padding, everything seems fine, because this one should be actually the same. But the main difference here is we need something to control this over here, this one over here. So in order to do that, we come back here and pass in the values from this one, this over here, to this one, or pass them from the header section, because we are going to have two states in here. We will just reach them in the time, but right in here we are taking two props, actually destructuring them. First one is to be search is open, which kind of is for this item, and another one is going to be set search is open. We actually take the control of this state over here, and when we click on this, click, you set the search to false, or actually the opposite of this one, because it doesn't really matter when you see this one in action. Actually, this one, which it means that this value is true, so it's always going to be false in here. And I save that. Now that we have this one, we should come back to the header. In the header, we need some components that we should initialize or define right now. Second one is going to be center. So div for a center section, which is this one right over here, and this is going to be center. And we have the logo text. Style dot it's a tag. Oh, sorry, it's a link. Then we got the logo style dot img. Then we have the nav menu style dot nav. And then we have the nav item. So nav item styled. It's going to be a. Then we have the search icon style dot span. Then we have the menu icon, which is going to inherit from this one. From the search icon. And we have the auth items. And it's going to inherit from nav item. And just like that. Okay, next step is going to be defining some state in here. First state we need is search is open and set function. Use state. By default, it should be false. Then we have some handling properties which will be passed to header. So we will destructure that here, which is going to be mobile menu. And mobile menu is going to consist two values. First, actually, it's going to consist these two. We are going to pass this two. So let's already do that in here. It's going to be, let me see the namings, mobile menu. And it's equals to an array, or sorry, an object of these two. First is the value or the state, and second one is the function to set that state. And let me grab this one, paste it over here, so it's make sure that it's the same naming. Grab this one and paste it over here. Equals to mobile menu. Now that we have this, I'm going to create a new function in here. So we could call that to toggle the menu. And we'll call it that. And whenever we call this one, we do this right here. And set that to opposite, so it will toggle that actually. And it's also, what seems to be the problem here? Nothing, it was just caching, I guess. Now that we have the items, we should go ahead and start using them. So I will remove these two. First, we need the menu icon in here. At the mobile icon, we are going to use some conditional rendering depending on this one over here. So if it's true, if the mobile menu is true, we should show that. We should show the icon to close it actually. So IO close, just like this. And if it's not, then show the menu. So we can click on it and toggle the menu. It's going to be FI menu, something like this. So here's a problem. I think we got the problem in here. It should be fine actually. So the problem seems to be from here. Forgot this too. So it should be fixed right now, or not. Let me see. Auth items. Oh, there you go. This one doesn't seem fine. Now it's good. So there you go. We have something over here. Do we have it? Yeah, we have the icon. We cannot see that. So let me set some color here. Colors that white. Now we can see the menu over there. So now when we click on this FI menu, on click, you should toggle the menu here. Call this function over here. So when I click on the menu, you can see that it changes that. So we give this one to this button over here. It's actually working, so no worries over there. The buttons are working. After the menu icon, we have the center, which contains the logo. It's RC of, we are going to use static images. Crypto logo, PNG. Don't worry about the size of the logo, we're going to fix that. Logo text is NFT. Ref. Actually, logo text is not a link, is it? Or is it? Yes, it is a link. So and NFT, and we should give it some href. Keep in mind that in here, this one is a SVG. It's a single image or drawing over here, but I will create that using two elements. I use the logo with a border on the right and some text in here. So feel free to do whichever you want. I've decided to do this because in this way I have more control over the elements. It's kind of have some downsides because with the image or SVG even better, you could manage it more easily. It's an image, but I rather to this one and in this way. So let's go ahead and we are going to use the search bar over here. So as you know already, search bar is not going to be shown in here, but you can see the search bar in this size of this browser, as you can see over here. So no worries if you don't see it in here. And after that, we are going to use a nav, which contains UL. And inside it, we have some LIs, list items. And inside those list items, we have the nav item with a href of nothing for the moment. First one is going to be marketplace. And these are the ones that we are creating. First one is marketplace. Second one is drops. And the last is brands. Keep in mind that brands is that kind of list that you could expand. It's kind of like a drop down or something like that. I'm not going to cover that right in this moment, but I will cover this kind of menus in the future videos. I'm actually planning on some short videos about this part of web pages, because in those videos I can scope more on the topic, but not in this video. It's a general video. So after that, we need something like this one. There's a button over here. For reasons you cannot scroll this one down, we have the button, and I'll create it over here. Button, which have a create inside it, create text. And after that, we need some other conditional renderings for the mobile menu. So if search bar, or the search. So if search is open, we show search bar or mobile search bar. And if it's not, show nothing. So, and we need to pass something in here. These two values. So let me see. Yeah, we need those two values. Just like that. Let me press save. And let me see it over here. So if I click on this, nothing happens for the moment. So no worries. And after that, we need the authentications or the auth buttons or items. Auth items. href to nowhere. This one is going to be sign in and sign out, or sign up, sorry. And after that, we have the search icon, which is CG search. And when we click on this, we show the menu. Let's set search bar, or the search is open, to opposite of the amount. Just like this. So if I click on it, you can see that this one is over here, and if I click on hide, it gets hidden. So the styling is a bit off right now, but we will fix it in a moment. After it's all over, we should come on the top and start styling them. So let me come over here, and inside the header element, set the Z index to 10, display to flex. Color is already white, width to 100%, align items to center, and height of 10%, gap of 1 rem, padding of 1 rem for top and bottom, 1.5 rem for the sides. Top is going to be 0. Background color is going to be colors.background. And the position is going to be sticky. And we are going to do some styling on the switches or the icons. Font size, rem, and cursor to pointer. And press save. We need to go to the center. Set the flex to 1. Display to flex. Align items to center. Gap to 0.5 rem. For the logo text, I will set the font size to 1.2 rem. Font weight to 500. The color to some custom color, not from the theme file, which is going to be BBBBBB 6 Bs. And for the logo, width is going to be 45 pixels. Border right. It's going to be 1 pixel solid, and colors dot gray, which is, let me show you over here. Yes, this is the logo. There's already some problem with it, but don't worry, it will get fixed. Let me bring this one over here. And the padding right is 1 rem. Then for the navigation, I'm going to use margin left of auto, border right. It's actually the same as this one. Padding right is 1 rem. Display to none, because we don't want to see this navigation when we are on the lower sizes. And we give some styling to the UL. Display to flex. Align items center. List style none, to get rid of these bullets, kinda. And we get the gap of 1 rem. We come down here to the media, and use some media queries. Devices dot laptop. So when we hit the laptop sizing, we set the display to block for this element over here, just like that. So after that, we should go to the nav item. For nav item, font size to 1 rem, font weight to 400, and we go to the search icon now. Set the display to flex. And then we justify content center, align items center using media queries. When we hit the laptop, we don't want to see this. Display to none. Menu icon is going to inherit the same from this one. And auth items, font size is going to be 1 rem. Display is none by default. And when we hit the devices dot laptop, we want to set that to display to inherit, just like that. So there seems to be a problem with this. Okay, should fix that. And in here it should be 100%. That was the problem, and this right over here should be 10%. That's it. So when we click on this, there's a little bug with it. We should fix it just in a bit. And when we click on this, it gets changes. We're going to do this one in some other place, the mobile menu, but this one over here, we should fix it right now. So let's see that in action on the other sizes. Yeah, as you can see, when we are on this sizing, And there you go. When I hit this sizing, it's all good from there. Okay, let's fix the problem. The search bar. So I was checking this out and the problem seems to be from mobile search bar. We didn't set any left or top or any other values for it. So I will set the top and left to 0 in here, and that should fix the problem just like that. And there you go. It is our header right here. And we should fix this button maybe. So in the button we set color, or actually we don't want to set that. There's no problem with it. We could fix that later on as we go ahead in project. Now there's only one thing left. We should change the color for this one and maybe the sizing, because as you can see over here, this one is blue and a bit larger. So I will come to the header and do some inline stylings for this specific icon. So should be IO close, yeah, right over here. Style, font size to 2.5, right? If I save this, yeah, it gets bigger. And the color is going to be colors dot primary. And there you go. We got ourselves the button over here. Now it's time to go ahead and do the mobile menu inside the app. And now we can use that to show the menu or even hide it. So in here, I'm going to use the mobile menu. We pass in this state here as a prop. We will use that in styling in a bit. UL and LI. Now item here. Drops. Brands. And the grid is actually a bottom. Let me grab this too. Oh, I just messed it up. So now item, brands, and bottom. And it's create. We have a HR here for a line. Color is going to be colors. That's primary. The size is 1 pixel. And again, we need to use this for this two item. Item. First one is sign in. And the second one is sign up. Just like this. Actually, we should go ahead and check the styling. Check the styling on this button here. So let me go ahead here. See if there's a problem. We should set the border to none. Yeah, that's better. Font weight is 500. We should set the color to colors dot white. like this. So now that we've changed that, we could go ahead and close this one, get back over here. And I think we got everything that we wanted in here. So let's go ahead and style this. So for the background color here on the mobile menu, I set the background color to colors dot, let me import it, it's already imported, colors dot background. The color is going to be colors dot white. Z index, it depends whether is open or not. If it's open, set it to 9, and if it's not, set that to -1. Position, it's going to be absolute. Padding 2 rem. 1 rem, 1 rem, 1.2 rems. 2 for top, 1 for right, 1 for bottom, and 1.2 for the left. Left is going to be 0. Display flex. Width to, and the width is going to be rendered based on the props. So if it's open, it's 100%. If it's not, it's 0. Height is going to be 100%. And transition, it's going to be 3 seconds. And for all, because we already have that here, if I'm not wrong, yes, we already have that over here. Oh, that's a problem. We already have that over here, so we'll skip this part and does not repeat that here. So for the UL, set the opacity to depending on whether it's open or not. If it's open, to 1. If it's not, to 0. Transition, all 0.1 seconds. And ease out. Ease out is just a preset for the animation. Text decoration, none. List style, none. Display to flex. Flex direction, column. Gap 2 rem. Width 100%. And for the li, set the cursor to pointer. Actually, these items, nav items, are a tag, and if we get them, give them actually a href prop, their cursor will change to the cursor will change to the pointer. But if you do not give an anchor link or a tag, or sorry, I keep saying tag, or a link, if you don't give it a href, you don't get the cursor, but the pointer for the cursor. So let me show you an example over here. So if I come here and remove href from the marketplace. As you can see, we get the cursor pointer here. But if I remove this, save it, as you can see, it's only text without href. But the others, because they have the href, so I will turn that back. And actually, we don't need to set the cursor here if we give them href on the props. So I will do that just like this. And we should be good to go. And if I save that, I think it's time to move to the nav item. Font size 1.2 rem. Font array 400. And just like that. Let me see. And as you can see, if I click on it, we get this menu over here. We don't have the marketplace. Let me see. We actually have the marketplace, but I cannot see it. There's a problem. Refresh. And okay, we don't have the marketplace. No, let me check that out. What's the problem here? There is another one, but it's right beneath it, so we need to give it a margin or something. So in here, the problem comes, it actually is from this section, because it's inside the main and we have the mobile menu and the header in same component. Actually, we are, as I told you before, we are going to use a page wrapper that kind of wraps around everything that we give to the pages as an element to render for that specific directory or URL. So here we are going to need a page component. I will call it page.style.js. In here we need a React functional component, and we call it page. We set the position to relative, and we render the children here, just like this. Oops. Keep in mind that you can just go ahead, because there's only one thing here, so we could go ahead and say sport default and page, something like this. If I rename this, and it doesn't really matter because they both are the same, so just like this. Okay, we are not going to use any extra components here. So in here we include our main component inside the page, just like this, and the mobile menu is going to be inside the page 2. So if I paste it from here, you can see that we get the menu right over here with the smooth animations. So let me refresh to make sure if it's all working. Yes, it's all working. So we got no problem here. The header and actually the header and the mobile menu is over. This section is over. We have to go ahead and create this section, which is the hero section. Contains a title, subtitle, and a slider. So let's go ahead and create that. And for this section, for the hero section of the homepage, we are going to come in here. We already have something called index here. We kind of could change that to and rename that to home, because if we come here, it's index. We don't want such thing as that. We want that to be more unified and structured. So I will go ahead and rename this one to home. And here, don't mind the errors. Home, and change this one to home element right in here. And if I come here inside the index, change this to home. Import home, just like that. Oh, the problem is this one is called home, so I'll change it to index. And I refresh this. Okay, what's the problem? Oh, okay, this one. Save it and index element. Where is that? Oh, it's in here. It should be home element. And there you go. We got the home element up and running. So I will come here. Do we have the color white? So color going to be colors.white. And here I will create a new folder called home because we are going to create our sections. For example, hero section, the subscription, or the newsletter, whichever you want to call it. The carousel or the top creators section, and the top collectibles, which contains a grid. So and then we go to the footer. So let's come in here and create this section, which we will call hero. I will create the slider inside the hero. I will not kind of make separate file for the hero section and the slider section, but you can, in order to keep your project more manageable, go ahead and put them in separate files. So for the home, let me see, we already got everything in here. I will create a new file inside this folder called let me see, maybe the hero. Yeah, the hero section. So for hero, we need some stuff that we should do. First of all, it's going to create a React functional component. Hero. Then I need to import image from next. Link again from React, or sorry, from the, let me see, what is this? From the next/link. We need to import, we have this styled already. We need to, sorry, import colors, devices from, let me see, here. We need two icons. Import yes, chevron left and the chevron right. We need the IO calendar. Actually, we are not going to use the calendar icon. And we need the use state and use effect state from React alongside with the use effect. These two React hooks. So after that, we should define the elements that we need in this page. So let's take a look at it. We need a header, we need a subtitle, we need a slider, we need a control for the slider. I will call those control. And the elements that are inside the slider and these two indicators. So let's go ahead and create them. First, we need title, h1, with the heading, subtitle, we have the slider. Let's see. We have the img container. Info container. These are after the slider, these are the elements that we need inside the slider. For example, IMG container takes care of the slider's image. The info container is the placeholder for this information here. Middle section. Which will take care of this section over here with these two chevrons, I guess. We have the date. And title, slider title. Actually, it's going to be H2. And then we have the author. I don't know if author is a good term in here, because you create an NFT, you mint it. I don't know if you're the author for that or something, but I will call that author. You can name it creator, or I don't know, the owner or something like that. Span. We have the arrow. And 2. We have the lines, which are the controllers, these ones. Actually, the line contains all the line inside it. It's a container. It could be line container, but I've decided to name it lines. And image styled div. Actually, for the image here, we're going to do a little trick, and I think it's for the first time, I'm not sure. We're going to define 2 React functional components inside single file. It's not something special, it's not something weird, but I've never done that in my videos, and I recommend you to not do that, because it makes your project or your files looks kind of messy. Yeah, you should always separate your files and extract the or chunk your components into the little ones. That's how it all works. That's the purpose of React and frameworks like that, to split your code into small pieces of blocks, actually into small blocks of codes or HTML or whatever. But in this case, in this specific case, I'd rather to do it all inside this hero.js file. And I don't have a good reason for it, but I just rather to do that in this specific video. So after that, we create a new React component in here. So it's a functional component. For now, I'll return img. Actually, I don't think I need to do that, because I wanted to do this to give the slider some animations, but since I'm not going to do that right now, I don't think it's necessary to do this. But I will do it anyways, so let's go ahead and do it. And I will use effect here, but before that I will pass in some props which we get from here. It's RC and div. So this one going to be false. The main idea was to get do something like this. So when this image gets loaded, we use the use effect and trigger a value, for example loaded here, and inside the image here or somewhere else, which we have access to these props because I'm going to pass this one, this loaded, as props, just like this. And we get this item some transition, and when the loaded sets to true, which is when the use effects happen and when the user actually gets the image gets rendered for the user, the image gets some animations which leads to something like this. So when you change it, it gives it some animation, but I failed. I didn't get quite time to work on it, but I will cover sliders in a full tutorial, so don't worry guys, and wait for it. And right down in here, I'll create a new image with 440. Keep in mind that this image is coming from here. Next got the NextJs has an image element. Let me show you, which is pretty cool because when you use that, it automatically sets everything for you. It automatically makes your image responsive. It makes it optimized and so much more like advantages that I'm not familiar with because I don't really use Next.js, but in this video I decided to use it. So you can come in here and read all the pros and cons of the image that is included inside the Next.js. So make sure you check it out. But you should know that if you're using this, you should always give it a width and height rather than some situations. For example, like in here, let me see. I think if you give it a fixed or response or fill, you don't have to give it a width or height. Rather than that, you should always give it a width or height. And I will always pass in the width and the height of the original image. So in here, I will set that to 440 and the height to 810. Layout is going to be responsive, and this RC is going to be RC from this one, just like this. Actually, I will cut this one, and I'm not going to use it. Use this. So the next step is to define the next element, which is the items. The items are the slider items. You can fetch these using a server or something, but because we are only doing the UI, there is no fetching. This is some static data here. ID to 1, badge. These are the values for these elements. For example, this one is the badge, this one is the date, this one is the title, author, and this one is going to stay the same. Upcoming date is, let me see, Tuesday, February 1. Title, let's say UFC. I didn't quite get that. 271. Author. Let me see. It should be UFC, right? Image. I'll get to that in a sec. And image is RC, which is images, slider, and 2.png. So Let's see, where's the problem here? Yeah, I forgot this. And this one. Should be good to go now. And maybe 3 sounds fine. Oops. I will not change this, or maybe this only. And the images. So it's going to be 3.jpg, jpg, or jpeg, or anything. And the last one is going to be 5, I think. No, it's 4. Okay, now that we have this, let's go ahead and create the slider. Okay, before that we could use the title here. Title is this. And the subtitle is this one. If I save it, inside the hero, nothing gets changed because we don't use hero here. So hero section, there you go. Do we get the title? Yes, we get the title. That's good. Actually, for the home page, let me see. It should not be align item centers is not fine here. That's good. Yes, everything is working now. So let's get back over here. After that, actually, the title, they all should be inside the title. So this one, and this one should be inside heading, just like this. After that, we have the slider. So slider got the info container, which shows the information on the page or on the image. This is the info container. Contains a button. I'll use a button for this one. And something, I would just type something. Slider is not defined, so let's see. We should have it over here. It's slider. And this one is cylinder, so that's the problem. As you can see, we got the button. So if I pass in the round prop here, you can see that we get the rounded button here. That's the reason we use the props there. So first, let me do something here. Define some states for the slider. First one is going to be index. It holds the current index for us. Which item are we on the slider actually? So set index is equal to use state. The default is going to be 0, the first slide. Copy this. And second one should be slides. Slides. It's equals to items. We can fetch this using props here, or fetch this one using and use state and servers, fetch that from server or something. We're using the static items here. And the next one is going to be current slide. So the main idea is we have an index, which, as I told you, tells us which item are we currently showing, the index of it. The second one, this one, actually we could use that using this slider and the IDs, but I will use an index. Second one is kind of static. It's not going to change. We never use this actually. So you could use it, but I'm not going to use it in this moment. You could use this when you fetch something from the server and set the slides. But we are getting that from here, so no use for this. It holds the slides. The third one is the current slide, and it holds one of these items or objects in it, because that's the current slide and we are going to read these values from the current slide and show them in here. So when we click on these chevrons, these arrows, it changes the index, and it changes the index and the current slide responding to that index number and reads that from the slide. So let's go ahead and keep on coding and make our slider working. So for the heading, I will not use anything here, but in here for the badge I use the car slide dot badge. So actually, for the initiation, I will give the first item as the current slide. So as you can see, it changes to upcoming to this one. If I change it, you can see that it changes. Does it? Fresh? Yeah, it gets changed. So after that, let's come down here and keep on using the elements. We got the middle section here. PS chevron left. PS chevron right. And between them, we have a div that contains this information inside it. First is date, which is car slide, a date. Second one is the title, it's title. And the other one is the link. We are going to use the link here. Pass href. And the author is inside it. Actually, in such cases, wait a second, we don't have the link. We have the link actually, but the problem is the href and the pass href, just like this. I will explain it to you what this link is and what's the advantages of using this one for us. I will just explain that to you in a little bit. The correct way is to get our author a link to its URL. So when we get the title here or the name of the author, we could pass in his profile ID. But in this case, we don't need that actually. So I'll save it. And we got the UFC here, as you can see. But it does not redirect us anywhere specific, as you can see it here. So the regional approach is to use an A tag here, and pass href means that whatever href you take, whatever URL you take, pass that to your child element, which is usually an A tag, which could use the href tag. So if I save it, you can see that it's an A actually, it's a link with the href that we got for it. There you go. So we got the author, and after that we need the button here. So after the middle section, use the bottom. view drop. There you go. And let me see, do we need anything else after the info container? I think we should use the controls or the lines. And we map the slides. And return a line, the key of s.id. And is it active? It depends. If s.id, this slide that we are currently going through, if its ID is equals to the current slide ID, then that means that we are on this line, and this line should be active. You cannot see the lines because they don't have any stylings yet, but they are there. They are actually being rendered. And after all of this, we should use the image container, and image container, and here image item. We should take this RC carousel dot image is RC. So we're not going to use this image here, and we're going to use this image right away. Actually, if we could go ahead and use this, there's no need to do that any other way. So I will come down here and say just use this and replace this RC with this. Remove this one. So grab this. Yeah, that's the problem. I should remove this. And let me see. If I remove this one and refresh the page, do we have any problem here? Let me see. Where's the problem? Just right here. Actually, we don't need this one. And as you can see, we get the image. And now we should go ahead and start styling the elements. For the hero element, we start with the margin. It is going to be 6 rem for top, 1 rem for right, 5 rem for bottom, and 1 rem for the left. Text align is going to be center. Display is going to be flex. Align items center. And we're going to use the media queries. Then we hit the laptop. We want to maybe change this. This one should be aligned. Change it to 3 rem. 3454. And let me copy those, paste them over here, and then we hit the laptop large. This one should be 10. There you go. Don't worry about this, it will get fixed just in a bit. For the title, we need to set some margin bottom. 3 rem would be fine. Font weight 500. Font size 1.7 rem. And media queries again. Then we hit the laptop sizing. We change the font size to 2.7. For the heading, we need this font size for the heading. It's going to be 1.1 rem. And we set the display to block here. Why block? Because we want them to be in separate lines. So when you use block, it forces the next elements beside it to go in a new line. It doesn't allow any other element to stay in line with it, in a row with it. So let me see, where's the problem here? I think, oh, it sounds fine. So I don't know what's the problem. Let's go to the sub. Actually, these two should be here. Just like that. Now it's fine. For a slider, it's going to be a long styling, but never mind, we should do that. Top position is going to be absolute. Or relative. High is going to be 35% of the viewport's high. Max height, we give it a max height. Or sorry, the min height. Should not get smaller than this. 230 pixels. Because we use that, when we use such values, these responsive values, it takes the height of the viewport. So if you go like this, it will affect your height here. So from one point, you should not allow it to do it, because we don't want our slider to get like, I don't know, the size of this logo. We should set some minimum height for it, so it gets stopped at some point. Because actually no phone or device is like this, you know. There's some standard sizings. And padding is going to be 2 rems. Display to flex. Flex direction. Going to be column. We should fix the problem, I think. Nope. Align items. Center. Justify content center. Width 100%. Overflow is hidden. Box shadow. We are going to implement this shadow over here, this blue shadow. Colors dot primary. You can see we get the shadow. The problem should be with this one. I think it should be, the hero element should be flex direction. Should be something like this column. There you go. So we have the box shadow. We set the border radius 20 pixels. And we use the media queries here. When we hit the tablet sizing, set the height to this. 50% of the viewport's high. We cannot see the image because it's out of this, out of its boundaries, I guess. Or we should give the parent some size, because the image cannot fit itself to something that don't have any sizes, unless rather than some occasions. Those are exceptions, but now it does not work. So we should move into the image container. We fix the problem here, I think. The position, it's going to be absolute. Left to 0, top to 0, width 100%, height 100% too, filter, brightness 0.6, and display is black. Okay, as you can see, now okay, we should fix the problems by Z index. For the info container, it should be 100%, position relative, Z index 3, flex 1, display to flex, align items, center, justify content center. We are basically putting all the information in the center of the this block. Margin bottom 2 rem, and flex direction should be column. If we hit save, we get a better styling here, and it got some weight to it, but we are getting there. For the middle section, use the display of flex here, flex, align item, center, width of 100%, justify content, space between, and this VG 1.4 rem or 3.4 rem. Let me see. Yeah, that's better. We can set that using media queries. In this case, for example, it should be 2. When it gets bigger, it gets to 3 or something like that. So in order to do that, we would then say devices. When we hit the tablet sizing, do this for us and make it do 3. So let me see. Do we have it over here? Yeah, we have it over here. Yeah, it's 3. I can see that. And we make it a bit smaller. Yeah, it gets changed. So there's still ways to fix this for this specific aspect ratio. It's not right, but it will get fixed after we complete the styling for this section and the next section. The cursor should be pointer. For the date, font weight, font size is 1.1 rem. Grab those. For this one, we only need the font size. Next one is the author. I set the color to colors dot primary, and the font size is the same. With the font layout, let me see. We grab this, paste it over here. For the arrows, we're not going to do any stylings. For the lines, they should be position relative. Actually, for the lines container, that index 3 display flex, the gap 0.5 rem. Let's go to the lines themselves. Display inline block. Width of 2 rem. Height of 0.25 rem. The border radius of 30 pixels. The background color depends on the value of active. If it's active, then it should be colors dot primary. Do we have the colors here? No, we have it now. So if it's active, colors dot primary. If it's not, colors dot white. We save that. So where's the problem? We got the colors already. It got imported twice, so remove it. Get back bottom. There you go. Okay. So is there anything? The image? Yeah, we should style the image. Width is 100%. Height is 100% too. We can give it some transition, but we are not going to do that. And that's all, kind of. If I set the display to flex, yeah, we get that problem. So if I come down here, change it to fill, and if I change it to fill and remove those, you can see we got no problem. Fill got its downs or cons too, but I rather to use it in here. I think it disables the optimization for the image. I'm not sure. You should check the documents. So after that, I think we're good to go, and we should do some and implement some logic here for the chevrons. So when we unclick it, then we go here and click on it on the chevron left. We should save the index first. So const index index -1, because eventually when we click on left, we want to reduce one or minus the index from 1, reduce it by 1. So I will do it here because updating the states could take some time and it might affect your program. So I will, if there's a result that I want to use, which is a state, and I'm going to change that state in this specific block, I will not use the updated state. I will save it in this and use it. There's a wraparound for it. There's a workaround for it. So I'm not going to use that here, but there's a workaround for it. So for example, when you go into set index, you pass it as an props, then return the value or something like that. So I will store the index value -1 here. Then I check it if the index is greater than 0, which means we still have time to go back. We can go, we are not in the first, we are not showing the first slide. We are not on the index of 0. So we could set index to indx, which is index -1, which takes us back to the last slide. And we set the current slide to slide index or INDX, because as I told you, this line of code over here might take some time and you might not get the updated value in here. So I saved it here. Something like this. You could achieve this in some other methods, which I will cover in the upcoming videos responding to the sliders. It will be different methods using there, but for this project we are going to use this method. And then we return. Our work here is done. So if it's not true and we are on the first slide, what should we do? We should set the index to the last element. So we get the length, we reduce it one by one, we get the last item's index and set the index to that. So when you're on the first slide and you click on this, you go back all the way to the last slide. So set index items, or in this case slides, dot length -1, and set current slider slides, this one here, just like this. So as you can see, when we click on this, we go all around and see other images just like this. This is a live now, this is a sold out, and this is the upcoming. So live now, sold out, and upcoming. It's working already. So I will copy this for the other element. Where is the other element? It's right over here. Paste it over here. And this one is going to be +1. And we should check that over here if our index is less than items or slides dot length -1. If we are already seeing the last slide, what should we do then? It's simple. If we are seeing the last slide, so it's time to go to the first slide, which is the index 0. Or actually, if we are, if our index is less than the length, we should add 1 to it. And if we are on the last one, which is here, not here, we should set that to 0. So I will set it to INDX here, and same here. Yeah, that's it. And this one should be minus. So if we are on the last slide, we set that to 0 and 0 here, just like this. So as you can see, we are on upcoming, sold out, and the last one doesn't show the image. So let me see if there's anything wrong with the image. Yeah, there's something. The image with this RC, something like that. Yeah, it gives us some advices. We could go ahead and use them, but that's not why we are here. So let me try another image here for the last one. So let me open the images here. Slider for the JPG, just like this. It should work now. I hope so. Yeah, it's working right now. But it was a problem with the namings. So let me change the titles here so we can see that. This one is going to be slide 2. This one is going to be slide 3. So let me refresh that. Yes, there you go. This is slides. And the buttons are working. So let's see how does that look in here. It does not look good. I think the paddings are wrong. So let me check those. The paddings, as you can see, there's a problem. I think we should set the width 100% on it. Yeah, that will solve the problem. So what is this? The hero element. There you go. Hero is right in here. Hero element, the width should be 100%. And if I save it, refresh it, yeah, there you go. It's working totally well. And if we resize that, yeah, we get the sweet paddings up and running. So the next section, let me see. What's the next section? I think it's the carousel. No, it's the newsletter section. So let's go ahead and do that. For the newsletter, we have to create a new component here inside the home folder. So I'll create a new file called newsletter.js, and there's a functional component here, newsletter. We need the colors and the devices from the theme file, and we need the button here. So I'll import that too. Okay, let's create the styled elements, the styled components. First one is going to be title. Let me minimize this one and bring this one up. So let me fix the sizing here. Okay, we have a title here. Never miss a drop. H2 subtitle. We have the input. Actually, we're going to use a div and wrap around an input and the button in the same place. It inherits the styles from the button. With the text here, which is this one. We have the PL, and it's going to be this one, privacy notice, and we have a checkbox. Let's go use them in here. First, we use title. Never miss a drop. And then we use the subtitle. Subscribe for the last or the latest news, drops, and collectibles. I don't think it's the right way to use these symbols inside the JSX, but we are using it right now. I hope it's not a problem with the JSX. Input. We have an input here. Type, we don't need the type, it's text already. Or it's email, actually. So we need the type. And the placeholder is email. And move it up here. And we have the button. Subscribe. Do we have them? No, we haven't included them yet. So let's go to the home. It's hero, sorry. Inside the home, we use, what was that? Newsletter? Yes. And we see that in this way because we should change this to column. Change the flex direction to column. And that will fix it. There's much more padding on the left. I think that's the problem with the home. We are already in home, so that's not it. I'll just come over here, check the paddings here. The problem is with this container, it overrides its values on the right, as you can see, right in here. So we don't pay attention to that right now. We'll come back here, we do our job, then we go and check that out. We have the text, which is, let me see, this one over here. And for the privacy and notice, we use PL href. Just like this. You have the checkbox. Input type checkbox. The ID is new sub. We're going to use a label for it. Keep in mind that when you are using the label tag, you have something called some attribute or props, in this case for, but you cannot use for inside the JSX, which is this environment right here for the React. You should use something called HTML for, just like when you use the class, you do not go ahead and use class here. You should use class name when you're working with React and JSX. So HTML4, we give it this ID. And copy this one, paste it over here. So if we press save, and there you go. And next thing is to styling them. We start with the newsletter element. Set the display flex direction to column, and justify content, enter, align items. Or actually, we are going to use text align. Set the background to this image, this background image. We have it already inside our images. It's called subscribe.png. As you can see, we should get rid of this padding here, which comes from, let me see. The home element. Is there any padding on the home element? Yes, there is a padding right over here. So I will move that, and that's good. We will set the paddings on the elements themselves, like hero or something like that. We don't need that padding here, for example. Background. Size to cover. Ground. Repeat to no repeat. And padding 6 rem for the sides and 1 rem for the top and bottom. Or actually 6 rem for the bottom and top and bottom, 1 rem for the sides. And we actually should set some media queries here. When we hit the mobile large, padding should be 6 rem, 4 rem. Copy this. We need it for tablet. Laptop. X6 on the tablet. And 6 to 30% of the box or anything. You want to call it the block or the element. And as we do that, we get this little box. So let's style other elements. For the title, we use the font weight of 500. Font size of 5% of the viewport's width. Media and devices, laptop. Font size 4 of the viewport's height or width. For the sub, we're going to use the font size, but not this value. 1.12 rem. For the inputs, set the display to flex width to 100%. And input border none. Border radius 5 pixels, 0, 0 and 5 pixels. 5 for the left, top left. The 0 for the top right, 0 for the top bottom, or sorry, the right bottom, and 5 pixels for the left bottom. Padding 0.5 rem for top and bottom, and 1 rem for the sides. Font size of 0.5 rem, and flex of the one. If I save it, we get this one. We should apply the borders for the bottom too. So border radius is going to be exact opposite of this one. 5 pixels instead of zeros, and zeros instead of 5 pixels, as you can see over here. For text, we set the font size to 0.85 rem. And for the PL, we need to change the color to primary. For the checkbox, we set the font size to this and give the input, which is this one, the checkbox. Margin right of 1 rem, or even could say 0.5. It's up to you. I decided to use 1 rem here. So there you go, there's the subscribe section. I will fix this in just a bit. So it should be a bit bigger, this here, but never mind, it's just a font size. What matters is the actual, you know, the structure or the looking. So let me expand it, and where is it? There you go. We have this, never miss a drop, just like this. I think the font size should be bigger, actually. So if I compare this to this one, yeah, the font size or the height of this should be bigger. So let me check it here first. And yeah, it's exactly the same. So if I give this one a height of, I don't know, 150 pixels, yeah, it changed the element with it, so that's good. You can use something like 2 rem or 3 rem. Yeah, that sounds fine. 3 rems. So newsletter input height of 3 rem. Yeah, that seems better. And subscribe btn font of 600 and font size of 1.5 1.1 rem, and that's a lot. Add a 0 here, and that's good. Okay, this section is complete. Let me check this one first. Yeah, it's working. And the next section is going to be this carousel over here. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to do this carousel over here. Let me show you this one right over here. But before that, we should fix this problem with this slider over here, because I forgot to do some cleaning after initiating the project. So now I have to go and do them right now because the slider doesn't show very well. In order to do that, we have to move to the home section or home component. Here we should remove this stuff. These stuff are from the template that we just downloaded from my GitHub. So we remove all of this one, and this one. Actually, we only need the color. So if I press save, you can see that it gets fixed, but there is still some problems. We should fix them in hero section. But after this, we come back here and remove this width of 100%. And if we press save, we get the slider working. So let's check it out over here. Yes, as you can see, it gets responsive. And if we make this a bit smaller, yeah, we get the margin and the paddings working very well. And let me see, these ones, yeah, they should be margin. So okay, now let's move on and do the carousel section. This section right over here. For the carousel, I will create a new file, new component here called carousel.js. And inside here, we get a React functional component. For the carousel, we need some stuff. We need these chevron icons. We need the color, we need the devices. We are going to use ref hook in this component because we are going to control this. There's going to be a div here. This one is going to be a div here, which could be scrolled through this way, the x-axis, and we are going to need to be able to control the carousel using this button. So we should use the use ref hook in this case, and we should make it happen in here. So let's get back to the coding and import the stuff that we need. We need the button here, and we don't get the auto completion. Where are we? Let me see if we are in here. So styled and button. We need the colors, we need the devices, and we need the chevrons, PS, chevron left, I think. And it's the same here. PS chevron right. From React icons /BS or bootstrap. We need the image from the next, and we need the use ref alongside with the use state, I think. Yes, we need the use state from React, and in the end we need the link from the next /link. So now we should go ahead and create the components in this section. We need a title, as you can see over here. Let me get a copy of this one, minimize one. So let's go down here and make this a bit smaller. So we got this one over here. This one is not a button. We could actually use button and render it as something else. It's an option that we can have in here. Then we got a title. Then we got these two buttons. We need a container for them. Then we have this carousel and the items inside it. So let's go ahead and create the components responding to those elements. We need the title here, which is going to be h1. Controls. And the obedience. This control is not an h1, it's div, and it's kind of the container for these two items, these two buttons over here. And we got this one. Then we have the item container. And we need the item itself. Next one is going to be avatar. keep in mind that these items that we are defining over here, they are for the items inside this actually this scrollable div, this item container. You can go ahead and make them a separate file, but I've decided to just define them in here. So feel free if you want to make your project, split your project into small pieces of components. Actually, the name is going to be h4. Bottom section. We got the badge. And is there a problem with this? Oh, it's duplicated. We got the avatar, we got the name, and we don't need this one. We have the bottom section, we got the badge, and we need the amount or the price. So there we go. We need these items, so we should go ahead and make use of them in this component. Actually, we have something called bar too, but actually we don't need it in this tutorial. So for the carousel, first, actually let me go ahead and use the items first, then we go and implement the React side of, or the JavaScript side of the project. It's all JavaScript in here, but I meant in a functional way, you know. So we have the bottom first, which is best selling. You see, yeah, it's best selling. You can go ahead and use React icons in here for this one. I'm not going to use it because it's rinse and repeat. There is no point in it. Get the title, top creators. Now we have the controls, CTRL BTN. Which contains the DS chevron left. I think we're going to use the CTRL BTN again for the chevron right. Actually, let me import this carousel in home section or in hero section. Let me see. Oh, we got the newsletter here, so carousel should be inside the home after the newsletter. And if I press save, yes, we get the results over here. So after that, we should go ahead and use the item containers. For the item container, we should use actually we are going to use a map here. We don't have any variable for the items that we are going to use here. I will just go ahead and use some tricks to get ourselves a loop for like 10 times, so we can return some items here. We could just go ahead, create a new array here, a simple array, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9 and 10, and map that array. So I give it some name, I don't know, I give it I. And we return a link. It's an internal link, and inside that we have an A tag, and inside the A tag we are going to use the items. So item, and we have the avatar first, which got itself an image inside it. RC is going to be, we are using static items here, but if you have a backend or something, you could just fetch the items and map the items in here and get the dynamic images here. We are going to use static images in here. So we call the image from the images and avatar. Gonzo dot jpeg or jpage or whatever you call it, and the height is going to be 120, and the width is going to be the same. So I'll save it. We got some problem here. Let's see. Yeah, we got to give this link an href. I'll give it, I don't know, this for now, and pass href. Yeah, we got 10 of those, so no problem for now. And after the avatar, let me bring this one up first. After the avatar, we got this bottom section, which we got the title. Actually, we got the title, then we get the we got the name, then we get the bottom section. So after, let me see, after the avatar, we get the name, which is Ugonzo art. Then we get the bottom section. We have the badge over here. I will give it a number because we are going to use the pseudo items for this one, and we are going to retrieve the value from the props which was passed to this badge. I'll give it number 2 or 1. You can actually receive this one from this over here, so because it's going to map from 1 to 10, and it's actually a list here from 1 to whatever you have in here. So we could just go ahead and say take this value from I. Then we need the amount, which is going to be something, I don't know, 400,000. And press save. Yes, we get the items. We don't have the badge yet. Let me see the badge, and that's weird. Let's see the badge here. Actually, I'm not going to use an item. We could go and use React icons in here and use that as background and draw something over it, but I will rather to just draw a circle in here. So the badge is going to actually be an HTML element which gets a background of blue, or the primary, I think, and it's a round circle, just that. So let's go ahead. This section is finished. Items are loaded. They are ready to be styled. So let's go ahead and start styling them. For the carousel, we need to set the display to flex. Flex direction is going to be column. Align items. Center. Adding 2 rems for the top and bottom, and 1 rem for the sides. Margin top is going to be 3 rems. And we're going to use the media queries. So devices dot tablet. On the tablet, we get the padding of 1 rem and 3 rem for the sides. Let me copy this. Then it's going to be padding for laptop, then the laptop large. So This one is going to be 1 rem, and the sides it's going to be 5%, and 10% for the laptop large. So as you can see, we get this one over here. That doesn't make any sense right now, but it will make sense in just a few steps further. For the title, font size, it's going to be 2.5 rem. Font weight, it's going to be 500. For control, I set the display to flex. Justify content to flex end, because we will place these two buttons in a kind of row element. It's called controls, but it's kind of a row. And set the justification on the right, or the flex end right over here. So as you can see, they are already in the middle. Width is going to be 100%, and the gap is going to be 1 rem, space between the items. So as you can see, it goes right in the corner or the side. For the bottom, display is going to be flex, justify and align items, justify content. Oops. Center, align items, it's going to be center. Cursor is going to be pointer. Width of 3 rem. Same for the height. Color is going to use the props. So colors. Actually, let me pass in the props. P dot. If it's active, colors dot primary, and if it's not, colors dot primary disable. As you can see, they both disabled right now. It gets disabled when you're in the first when you're starting to scroll. You're in the beginning of the scrollable area. This one gets disabled because it is disabled. Actually, we could use this one for the. I just realized that when it's disabled, actually you don't get the cursor icon in anyways, but when it's get disabled, this one should be like the default cursor icon, or even a forbidden cursor icon. So I will paste this one over here, grab this and set this one for cursor, and grab the pointer, remove it. If it's enabled, if it's active, this be this one, and if it's not, nothing. Okay, as you can see, both of them, we get the regular pointer, but as soon as they get active, the cursor gets changed. Okay, let's go back and do the rest of the styling. Font size is going to be 1.5 rem. Background color, it's going to be colors dot primary dark. Border radius, it's going to be 50% to make it a circle. So I think, yes, there it is. If we remove that, the problem is solved, and we get the buttons here. So let me bring this one up. Yes, they are kind of the same. This one is a bit thicker, but it doesn't really matter. You can change your icons every time, or actually anytime you want. So for the item container, we should set the overflow to hidden. overflow to hidden, and overflow X to auto, so it could be scrollable in this direction, the X direction. You could actually just in here, when you say overflow hidden, it will set the overflow X and the Y to hidden, and then we set the X's to auto, and it leaves the Y overflow Y set remaining on hidden state. So then we should set the width to 100%, display to flex, gap to rem. Let's scroll them. We should hide the scroll bar. I think it already does that. No, it doesn't. So let's go ahead and hide the scroll bar. Scroll bar width to 0. And WebKit. Scroll bar to display none. Yeah, there you go. If I press save. Oh, I forgot this one over here. So let's see. We got some error here. Let's see where is the problem. Yeah, each child should have a key prop. It does not related to this, not being hidden. But let me fix that. We should give this one a key. Every time you render an array or something on the components, you should give them a key, because React should know how to remove an element, how to detect the elements to be removed. They use the key in this case. So the key is going to be same as this one, and the problem should be gone, but the scroll bar is still in here. And the problem is right over here. We should remove that. It was a syntax error, so the scroll bar is gone. It's time to style the item. So display as always to flex, cursor to pointer. You don't need to set this to pointer because it's an already a tag or a link here, and as you can see, a link with href gives us this cursor, the pointer cursor by default. So I will comment this one out. So we set the display to flex. Now it's time to set the flex direction to column. Align items center. Gap is going to be 0.7 rem. Transition is going to be background color 0.2 seconds, and it's going to be ease in and out, just like this. For the radius, it's going to be 15 pixels. Actually, we don't have the background transition in here, but I've decided to add something, so when you go on and hover over them, you get some kind of visualized area of that item. Padding is going to be 0.8 rem, and bond rem for the sides. Box shadow 0 for pixels, 40 pixels, and RGB 0, 0, 0, and 10% here. And when we go and hover over it, change the background color to colors dot primary dark. Let me save it. As you can see, when we go on and hover over them, we get this nice background animation, color changing animation or transition. For the avatar, let's go ahead and set the display to flex. Border radius 50%. Overflow hidden. Height is going to be 120 pixels. And width is going to be the same. So there you go. Name, we need the font weight here. Font weight 400. And for the bottom section, the display to flex, align items, center. Gap is going to be 0.5 rem. There you go. For the badge, position is going to be relative because we are going to use the pseudo item with the position of absolute. So position is going to be relative. Display, I will set it to inline block. Border radius 500%, 50%. Width and the height is going to be 1.5 rem. Background colors, the primary. And if we go ahead and save that, we get this little kind of circle in here. Now we have to go ahead and use the pseudo items to create a number right in center of this circle. So content is going to be we're going to get the content from the props that we passed in here, which is called number. So I will pass in the props, and if we have number, keep in mind that when you use content, let me show you like this for pseudo items, and you want to put something in it for the value, you should use these single quotations, yeah, and put those in single quotations. So I will use this sign over here so I can use single quotations and retrieve the actual number in here and place it right in the middle. And if we don't have anything, set the content to nothing. As you can see, we get the values over here. If I remove this, you can see it does not work. It doesn't get that. So it's where the pseudo items gets tricky with the contents. So position is going to be absolute. Left, we're going to put this one in center, so we give it a left of 50%. Same for the top. And now we use it transform and translate it like minus 50% and minus 50%, just like this. And I think I misspelled the translate. There you go. They're right in the center. The color should be the same as the background. That's background. And there you go. Do we need anything else? Let's fix the font size. 0.8. And that should be all for this badge section. Yeah, that's fine. And the next one is the amount. We don't have to set anything for the amount. It's already good the way it is. So it's time to go in here and do make this work, make these buttons work, make them go active and inactive when we are in the beginning, in the center, or in the end of the scrolling area. Because if we are in the beginning, this button should be disabled because there's nothing so it could push us to the left. It cannot get scrolled to the left. This one should be active. As soon as we scroll and we have some space on the left to get scrolled to left or right even, the both of them should be active. And when we are in the end of the scrolling section, this one should get deactivated. So basically we have three states in here. First one is we are in the beginning, then we are in the center, and finally we are in the end. There is no other state that we get ourselves or find ourselves into it. So let's come over here and create a reference of this element, this container of this element, because that's the item that get scrollable area. We set that over here with the overflow auto, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right over here. So this item is going to be the one that gets to be scrollable. I'm gonna come down here and define something like, let me see what to call it. We could call it container ref or anything else. Actually, I'm going to call it item container ref equals to use ref. It's a React hook, and it's going to be null first. Then we need a state. So to keep the state that we are in, if we are in beginning, we are in the end, or we are in the middle. So const a scroll indicator, set scroll indicator equals to use state. By default, we are in the beginning. I will show that with B, and I will add some comments over here. So let me save it first. Here I will say B for beginning, M for middle, and E for end, or I don't know, anything you want to call it. So we basically have these three states that we will set to this one. Okay, now in here for the CTRL BTN, if I give it the active, prop active to true, you can see that this one gets the cursor and it gets activated, but not this one. So for the active, you should check and see. Check this one, the scroll indicator. So if the scroll indicator equals to the E or end, we get to active this one because we are in the end of the carousel. Okay, misclicked. We are, let's see, in the end of the carousel here. So there's nothing to be scrolled to right. This one should be activated. And there is another condition that we should be checking. And that one is going to be when the scroll indicator is equal to M or middle. So when we are in the middle, we should be able to scroll to the left. And let me grab this one. So it does not get activated because we are already in the bottom. So I think there is a problem with it. I will fix it in a moment. This one should be activated right now because we are at the end of this, but no problem, because this one is equals to B, the beginning, but it does not get changed right now. So let's go down here, paste it, and change this one to B, just like that. So what happens what actually should happen when we click on this chevrons? So I will tell you just in a bit. Let me fire this on click event using something like this. So in here, we are going to access the item container.ref and use the current reference we have to the element. And there is there's a function called scroll. It's a JavaScript function for an element. And let me show you that scroll JS. We get the documentation over here. It kind of does the scrolling for us, and it gets some options. We could say the right over here, the behavior, set that to smooth, so it will just travel through the page, or the element scroll through the element to whichever position that we take, say to that. So you've seen this functionality for the buttons, like go to top or go to bottom. They usually over here, you click on them, you go to the beginning of the page or to the end of the page. They kind of use the same functionality as this one. So grab this one, get back over here, and just paste it. As you can see, should not include the dots. So actually we are going to scroll only in one direction, so we don't need the top. The left is going to be item container ref dot current dot scroll left. Minus 200. So what is this one? The scroll left, let's see. It gives us the amount that got scrolled from the left. The name actually says for itself, and if we could retrieve that from an scrollable item and we manipulate it, we reduce it or increase it, and when we do that, we get a new value and we scroll to that new value using behavior smooth. So I will grab this one and paste it for the other button, which is this one over here. Paste it, but in this one, because this is the chevron right, and this should increase this, not reduce it. So let's give it a try, see if it's work. Okay, cannot read properties of node. Yeah, that's the problem, because in here we should set the ref to item container ref, just like this. And when we click on them, you can see that we get this scrolling effect, this smooth value. Everything is working rather than this active state. So we have another event here which we could use, which is called the scroll, and that gets fired every time an scrollable item gets scrolled. So unscroll. I don't know what I'm typing, so let me get rid of this so we get better vision over here. So whenever the scroll happens, what should we do? We should do some calculations over here and see where are we exactly. Are we in the middle? Are we in the end? Or are we in the beginning? So we are in the beginning. If we are in the beginning, we set this one to B. We actually changed the state over here. If you're in the beginning, change this one to B. We are in the middle, change this one to M, and same for the end. Okay. So let's see what is this one. This one is actually the item itself that gets passed in here. I will log it so you can get an idea. The target is the item itself. And this one got some values that we actually need. So let's show you. let me show you. Actually, we could just type this and see the results in the browser. Right in here, let me. If we scroll, you can see that we get the item, but we need something else from it, which is called. Let's scroll left. So let me just show you again. Okay, there's a problem. What's the problem? Let me see. Scroll left. Yeah, as we get to scroll, you can see that the amount that left on the left side of this scrollable area. So if we go to the first or the beginning, it sets to 0. We start scrolling, the amount gets up and up. So it's kind of easy to determine either we are in the beginning. So if it's 0, we are in the beginning. If it's greater than 0 and less than the whole scrollable area, which we are going to retrieve that in a moment. If it's greater than 0 and less than the whole scrollable area of it, it's in the middle. And if it's equals to the whole scrollable area amount, it's in the end. So that's kind of the calculation that we need in here. So let's retrieve those items. First, I will come here and say const, and I will destructure those values from this object here. Let's scroll width. Let's scroll left. Offset width from the e.target. Just like that, we got ourselves these 3 values. So let's log them in console. Now, if we start scrolling, you can see that we get the amount. The first one is the scroll width. The whole scrollable area is this one. As you can see, if we go all the way to the end, we get this one. This one is the scroll left, as you can see. But this value should be added with this value, so we can get this one. We cannot just go ahead and say if a scroll left is equals to a scroll width, because it's not going to be equals to a scroll width. It should be added to this value, the offset width. Then those two combined could eventually, when we are at the end of the scrollable area, be equal to this one. And when that happens, we know that we are in the end of the scrolling area. So only one more showcase and we are back to coding again. So in here, I will add those two values together, just like this. So now if we come over here, scroll, and go to the end, you can see that we get the value. Actually, this one is, I've tried it, this one is not going to be the same, the exact same. I don't know why, but if you round this one to up, it always gets to this value when we are at the end. So actually there is a function called math.seal, and now it should be working. So if we are at the end, you can see that we get the exact value as this one. So we are good to go now. Let me grab this one, remove those, and SL. You can name it whatever you want. I'll call it SL. So let's use our conditions. If scroll left is less than or equals to 0, it's not going to be less than 0. We set the scroll indicator. Set scroll indicator to, we're in the beginning actually. And in here, if scroll left is greater than 0 and scroll left is less than scroll width, we set that to middle, and in the end, if it's SL is greater than or equals to a scroll width, we are in the end. So let's see if that's working or not. So this one actually working. If we are at the beginning, you can see that this one gets turned off, but this one is still working. We scroll a bit, both of them are working. And we go back to the beginning, this one gets disabled. Let's go to the end. As you can see, we still haven't reached it. Yeah, we are in the end of the scrollable area, and this one is disabled. If I disable or actually scroll in any other I don't know, in any other kind of method rather than clicking on those items, like if you're on a mobile, you're going to use the touch. This one is going to work because we are calling the unscroll, and no matter what happens, if you scroll, no matter how, you get this event fired. So let me show you right in here. If I scroll using this, I don't know why it's not working. Yeah, if I scroll using this, you can see that this one gets turned off. We go back again, this one gets turned off too. So this one is working. We should give this some padding or some gap. So let's go right in here to carousel elements, and let me see, gap of 2 rem maybe. 2 rem is a lot. 1 rem. Yeah, 1 rem seems fine to me. Let's compare this, and in other sizes, right in here, yeah, we got the carousel. This one changes the amount of the images based on the screen size. We've already done that in here, so you can go ahead and apply that on these elements too if you want. As you can see, if we make this one a less smaller, we get the paddings adjusted to the width of the screen, and this one is working perfectly fine. So the next section that we are going to cover is this grid. Then we are going to cover the footer. Then we navigate to other pages and call it a project. So let's go ahead and create this grid section and the NFT items here. So in order to do this section of TopCollectibles, we need to go ahead and create a React functional component here called TopCollectibles. TopCollectibles, I think I've done it. And place those just like this. For the TopCollectibles, we need some items here, but before that, we need to kind of create an array of object for this section, because there's a lot of information about these cards. For example, like the editions, like the title, the prices, the author, the likes, and the badge, and the image, and etc. So we can just do a static version of this, but it's kind of not a good idea. So since we are going to use that in the profile section, we will kind of achieve that using this method that I'm going to tell you guys. But actually it's not a good idea because the whole project is a UI project and we don't have any backend, so we have to store our data in a file. So I will create a new file over here inside this RC called info.js, and I already have the value, so I will paste it over here. It does export a variable or object, or sorry, an array of objects which called NFTs, and it contains some values: ID, badge, image, URL, as you can see over here, edition, stock, title, price, avatar, author, and likes. So we have our data over here. We'll call that inside the TopCollectibles. So I will import it NFTs here. We need the colors, devices. And from the theme, we need another item or shared component called the grid, which we will just create in this folder just in a sec. And we need the link here. So let's go ahead and create the grid item. For the grid, we need styles, and we need the devices. Export default grid, which is equal to styles dot div. Okay, inside the grid, as the name says, we should set the display to grid. Margin top is going to be 1 rem, and grid template column, it's going to be 1 fractions. There's a problem here. It's columns template. There you go. And gap of 3 rems. In here, I will grab that, and we're going to use the media queries. Devices dot tablet. If we hit the tablet sizing, go ahead and change this one to 2 fractions. 2 columns actually. And in here, when we hit the laptop sizing, and make this one 3, so I'm going to use repeat function. 3, repeat 1 fraction 3 times. So just like this, grid is over. Let's go back here and use it, or actually import it first. Styled. Just like that. For TopCollectibles, we need to go ahead and create the styled components. So the second element is going to be title, styled h1. We have a top section here. We have a sort. And we have a show more here. Which is a bottom. Just like that. So we should go ahead and use them. First, we have the title here. Top collectibles. Then we have a top section. Sort. Bells volume. We got the date. Today. These two should actually, one of them should be drop down menu, or I think it's called options. It could be something like that. It is not an option here. I don't think it is. no, it's not an option here, option tag. It's a custom made option tag. We could just go ahead and do that, but we are not going to do this in this tutorial. And this one is just a table of or actually flex of items that actually each of those fetch a different time frame for the items that are the database. If you don't have something like that, it's kind of easy to implement. You do something like this, and when you hit the different sizings like this, you just go ahead and convert this one to something like this. You set the display to none, or even delete it from the DOM, and show something like this, which is exactly the same as this one, but the stylings changed. So it's not kind of that hard to achieve, but we are not going to do that in this project. And let me do something like this here, so we can see the results. I have my videos right there. No worries. And if I come here and come down here, you can see on this sizing you get one column. And since it's we're going to do that in here, or for the grid, we've already done that for the grid. So after the top section, we use the grid, and inside the grid we are going to map the info, these NFTs, map them inside the grid. So we'll just map some unstyled stuff here, because we are going to create this item, this one, we will call it NFT item, and pass the values from the info to this item, and it will show it for us. So we'll just throw in some stuff just so it's not empty. Use the NFTs, map that. We'll call it NFT, return something, I don't know, NFT.title. Actually, it should have a key, so let me return, and I don't know, like div. Key is going to be NFT.id. Value inside it should be this one. If I press save, we see nothing, because we haven't included this TopCollectibles inside the home section. So TopCollectibles, just like that. If I save it, we get a problem here. Refresh this. So export default grid. What's the problem here? Grid is not defined. Let me see. Oh, it should be something like this. So const grid and export default, just like this. If we come down here, you can see it's working, and the grid should be working. So yes, when we hit the laptop sizing, we get 3 columns. If we hit the tablet sizing, we get 2 columns, and we hit the mobile sizing, we get the 1 column. So that's working. Okay, the next step in here, actually we should use the show more. Right over here. And it's time for us to styling them. For top collectibles, I will set the display to flex. Flex direction. It's going to be column. Gap is going to be 1 rem. Align items. Center. Adding 1 rem. I will press save. In here, we are going to use media queries again, devices.laptop or tablet, sorry. We change the padding. 1 rem, 3 rem. Actually, we could apply this one to the page, to the main source of the pages, like in here. But if we do that, we get the padding on every element, and we could kind of never achieve overlapping the size. If we want an element like this one to be kind of on the edge, kind of stretch to the edge like this one, there's no padding for him. If we apply the padding to the page, this one gets the padding too, and we cannot achieve something like that. So we give the paddings to each individual sections for this page. Okay, next one is going to be laptop, and the laptop large. This one is going to be 10%. This one is going to be 5%. I'm gonna save that. We move on to the title. Font size 2.5 rem. Font weight. So keep that in mind that you could use some values like this. So if you want this to be fully responsive, you could just dodge these static values and use something like this. First, you should decide which axis, the y-axis or the x-axis, which axis you want to be responsive to. So like this, we could say 2.1 viewports width. So it will get responsive depending on the width of the page. So if I go over here, as you can see, this one is big. So if I make it smaller, you can see the sizing gets changed, as you can see, as we make this smaller. So if you want to create a fully responsive, it's actually kind of tricky to achieve. But if you want something like that, you could just go ahead and do this. But if you're going to, or willing to use the static values, you should use the media queries. So let me return back to the 2.5 rems. And font weight is 500, and that's good. For the top section, we should set the display to flex. And align items. Center. Width is 100%. Justify content. Space between. So we got these two options, these two buttons apart. So let's go ahead and design the source, or sort, sorry, which is going to be this one. For the radius, %, or sorry, not 50, 30 pixels. And border into 1 pixel solid, and the colors dot primary. Padding is going to be 0.4 rem for the top and bottom, 1 rem for the sides. If we press save, we get this one right over here. Without this indicator, you could use the React icons again in here, but I rather not to, because this one is functional, but this one is not. But we could give it a cursor, like pointer. So at least we get this pointer in here. For the date, the background is going to be linear gradients, just like the button. So I will just come here, grab this one, get back in here, set the background just like that. For the radius is going to be same as this one. And the padding is kind of the same, but this one is much bigger for the sides. Yeah, 2.5 RAM. So it's already on 2 day. So it's on this. And the font face should be changed, I think, but it's not necessary. For the show more, we're going to set the margin top. So margin top 1 RAM. Cursor to pointer. And we set the border to 1 pixel. Let me show you the show more button. This one. 1 pixel, solid, and the primary. Padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM. The color is going to be colors that primary. Background color. Two colors. Actually, we could set that to transparent. It's like this. Let's scroll down. This is the show more button, and the border radius 5 pixels. The font size to 1 RAM. There you go. The show more button. I think we have more paddings or the font size, but it's not a problem right now. Now in here we got everything working, so we should go ahead and let me before doing that, let me check the responsiveness in here. Yes, it's already working. We got the paddings working in here. So let's go ahead and create this NFT or this NFT cards or whatever you want to call it. I will call those NFT items, or actually NFT card sounds better. So let's come here. Inside the section, create a new file called NFT card styles.js. React functional components and NFT card. For the NFT card, actually we need some icons. For example, this heart icon. We need the colors and we need the image. So import image, import colors, import ds heart from bootstrap, react icon / bootstrap. And I think that's it. Let's create the components or the styled components for this one. We have an image here, so let me make this bigger. We have a badge over here. We have this image. We have this area, which is I'd call it info area. We have the editions. We have the stock here. We have the title. This section or the price section does get varied between the items. Some of those are available for bidding. Some of those got already some floor price. So I've decided to do the as you can see, this one is not for sale. Some of those says something like this, says available for bidding or something like that. So as I told you, this one says not for sale, and as this one says not for sale, and we're going to do the same, but we place something like available for bidding or something like that, because when I was creating this tutorial, most of the items was just like this, not for sale or available for bidding, and the variation of the price is a lot. It's kind of, I think it's 5 or 4 kind of different sections that could be shown in here. Since I didn't have any design Figma files or something like that, I just went with what I was seeing. So we'll do this one. So let's come over here and start doing and creating the styled components. So we need card styled.div. The next one is going to be badge element styled span. Then we get the item image styled div input section. It's div2. Then we get the top section. I will call it T section. Style.div edition element styled span stock element style dot it's going to be span again. We got the item title. We use h2 here, and the price section style.div. We got the bottom section. Then we need the avatar element style.span. Then the author element style.span. Likes element, it's going to be a span, and we have to get this. As you can see, there is sorry, there is something here, right in here. These bars, when there is when this is the first edition, or this is the first edition that got minted, there is no bar behind it because it's the first one. But if there is, if it's the second one or the third, I'm not sure about the second one. I haven't seen a second edition minted, that if it's going to be 2 or something like that. But if it's we just assume that if it's greater than 3, if it's the fourth or greater than that, the edition minted, we are going to use these bars. Actually, we are going to use these bars for all of the elements. You could just, because we are going to get the information, and inside the information we have the something called stocks. If we could check the stocks and see if it's, or sorry, it's not stocks, the edition, if it's the first edition or third edition, greater than third edition. We add the bars here. I will call those bars. It's kind of the card behind them, but I will call those bars. We could add the bars, but if it's the first edition, we could remove the bars. But in this tutorial, no matter how which edition it is, we are going to include the bars. So we need the bar 1. It's style.span. And actually, let me grab this, and it's going to be 2 bar 2. So we got the elements here, all of them, and it's time to use them here. So let me just come here, and we should retrieve some values from here because we are going to show them actually. So I'll minimize this a bit and come right here, and let me see. We get something called, we pass some props, some prop called item, or we could call it NFT, whatever you want to call it. Naming is up to you. then we destructure the values that we received right in here. So we could go and say const, we got the ID, the values are these ones because we are passing this. So we'll just go ahead and grab those. Oops. Just like this. And this. So come here and paste them over here and add this at the end of each of them. Just like this. We don't need this. Is equals or get these values from the item. Okay, now we have these values. The reason I added an L or element at the end of the namings is this, because we are going to define some variables inside the component, but because we are going to destructure them, we should use their original naming, just like this. So if I go ahead and say avatar and remove the element here, we have two avatars, and this is going to cause an infinite loop or some kind of glitch or something. And actually that was one of my main reasons doing this video. One of my main problems, I had that, and I had to spend like 10 minutes to figure out where is the problem. And that was the same naming with the styled component and the variable that I've defined here. So after that, we should go ahead and use those. First, we need to use the card. Inside the card, we use the badge element. The value inside it should be badge. Actually, let me include this before we go ahead in here. So we return NFT card with the probable item of NFT and the key of NFT.id. Like this. I'll remove that. As you can see, we got the total sale here. Why total sale? I don't know. Why should it show the total sales? If I refresh it, it's still total sales. Let me go ahead and see where's the problem. Badge. I think, yeah, but the badge is total sale. Oh, I was confused. Yeah, it's total sale. It's working fine. So let me bring this one up. Yeah, it's total sale. After the badge, we have the item image, which contains the image. Its RC is equal to image URL. Width is going to be 124, and same for the height, which is 125. So save it. So what seems to be the problem here? Must use width and height. So yes, I forgot to change this. They should be loading. Yeah, there you go. Okay, let's go back here. After the item image, we use the info section. And inside the info section, just here, we got a top section, T section. And edition element is going to be edition. And editions minted. Actually, if this one is greater than, let me show you something. If this one is greater than 1, actually, so if it's greater than 1, we should show editions, and if it's not, we should show edition minted. So just like that. For the plural, and this one seems to be the problem here. And there you go. 371. I cannot read. I don't know why. Edition minted. If I change this to maybe 1, yeah, we get the 1 edition, or the first edition minted. Okay, now we got this. Let's go ahead. Let me make this one appear. And we need to use something else. I think we need the stock. Yes, stock element. And for stock, we use the stock. For sell. You could do some tricks here. If stock is less than something, you could show something else, but I'm just going with this one. As you can see, these ones are not for sale, but these ones are, so you can see 31 for sale. So we will consider that. Actually, when you design something, you should consider everything. It's good to have a design file that will help you a lot, but something like this, you should consider everything. Like, it doesn't matter if it's not for sale, some item eventually gonna need the stock, so we will include that, but we could do some conditional rendering and remove that for sale. So if this one is not for sale, you can come here, define something like, I don't know, is for sale, and set that to false. And we could check that if it is for sale is false, we don't show this one. You could do some tricks like this, but we are trying to implement everything that we could in this design. After the top section, we need to use the item title, which is going to be title. Then use the price section, and we show the price. As you can see, I've stored the price as a string in here, and that's not a good idea. Or we are just trying to implement the design. We are not going to mess with the backend or the data, but it's not a good idea to store the price as a string. It's a stupid idea, actually. You could just go ahead and show something like this, or save something like this, like 1 million. And when you are showing this, you could use, there's already some functions to convert the number, to this one, to 10 millions, and you could just append this here. Just for example, you could say something like this, and this one show that. So let me get back to normal and remove this, save it. Okay. After the price section, we got the bottom section. We use the avatar element. And inside the avatar element, we got some image. It's rc equals to avatar width. It's going to be 50. Same for the height. After that, we got the author element. And in here, we use the author. Then we go to the like sections. This one. We already got the avatar, we got the author, and we are going to do the likes here. Let me scroll down here. And avatar, or sorry, likes element. And we have the BS heart. After that, we got the numbers, or likes number, just like that. We save it, we get this one, and I think we are at the end. No, we have to use the bars here after the card. So bar number 1 and the bar number 2, just like that. So after that, we get something like this. This is the beginning. Then it comes all the way to here. It's a single NFT item, and we are going to style those. So first we need to style the badge, I think, or the element itself. So let me bring this one up, just like this. We go up in here, from here, Set the position to relative because we are going to use position absolute for some elements. For example, badge. Set the display to flex. Flex direction is going to be column. Then the align items, it's center. Now we move in to cart. Border radius. It got some border radius here, so 15 pixels. Overflow to hidden. Z index to 2. Set the background color. I think I misspelled the background. Yeah, background color to colors dot white. Set the color to colors dot black. Position to relative. Display to flex. And flex direction to column. We got a box shadow. 0.4 pixels. 40 pixels. RGB. On 10%. Actually, we could store this because we've already used it somewhere. We could store this inside our theme file, but I'm not going to do that here. But the clever or more structured way to do that is to store this somewhere. Okay, for the badge element, let me save this. As you can see, we get that the item is looking like this. We should fix the positioning for the badge. So for the badge, we are going to set the position to absolute. Left 1 rem, top 1 rem, Z index 3. Background color is linear, so we get that from the bottom. Oh, we didn't catch that. Right in here. I think it's going to be 0.5 rem and 1 rem for the sides. For the radius, 30 pixels. And the font weight going to be 500. Just like that. We should set the color here. And there you go. As I told you before, you can go ahead and use the React icons for this purpose or any other icon you would like. But I didn't quite find this specific icon, this one, like the star with the tick in it. But the tick is not a problem. You could do that with pseudo items, but this one right here was kind of the problem. I couldn't find it inside the React icon, so I've decided to not use it. Then for the item image, we don't need any stylings. For info section, for these elements like this that you don't need to style anything, you could just remove this and go ahead and use the div here. Where is it? I don't know. Let me see. Item image. You could just replace this with div. But in case you need to do some stylings, it's better to have some styled component defined, and it's always better to see something like this, which is descriptive itself. It says item image rather than div. It's too anonymous. What does this ones do? So always better to have namings for your elements instead of just the general tag HTML tags. Okay, for the info section, set the display to flex direction to column, padding 1 rem, 1.5 rem, flex to 1 and gap to 0.5 rem, just like this. For this section right here, info section, you can see that changed. So for top section, we need to set the display to flex, justify content space between, and that's it for it. We go to the edition element. Color is going to be colors dot black. Actually, we don't need to set that because it's already black. And the font weight, 500. I grab this one for the stock element, and actually it's 600, and this one is going to be font. Actually, we need to set the colors, primary. As you can see, we don't have it here, but we have it here. Okay. So let's move to the item title. Font size 1.4 rem. Yeah, that seems fine. For the price section, actually we don't need anything for price section, but for the bottom section we should set the display flex, align item center, width of 100%, and margin top of 1 rem, just like that. For the avatar element, overflow hidden, border radius to 50%, display to flex, and height to 50 pixels. Same for the width. And margin right is 0.5 rem. And there you go. Let's move on to the other element. Actually, we don't need anything for other elements. But for the likes, let me see. We need to set the margin. We want the likes to be at the end of the flex. I've tried the justify self. There's something called justify self to flex end. It didn't work. I don't know why, but I'm researching about it. But there's some other trick that you could do for the flex items, which is you could go ahead and say margin right to auto, and there you go. Actually, it's margin left, my bad. And if you set margin left to auto, it will stick itself as far as possible to the end. So we get that working this way. There's a workaround for it, but it's not kind of a workaround. It's more work than this one. But you could include these two items inside a container. I don't know what span, div, anything you want, and set the for the its bottom section, right? And set the justify content to a space between in here, and it will set them apart. But you could achieve that using just this simple trick. So after that, everything is fine, working fine. But for the likes, we should finish the styling first. So display to flex, align items enter. Then font size to 1.2 rem, gap 0.5 rem, and for 3G, cursor to pointer. There you go. Actually, we could set the pointer for the whole text, but it's better to set that for the just a hard icon. And that's it. And we don't need to set any font height. We could make this a bit smaller, like this. Actually, is it the whole? No. If we click on it, we get redirected to the page. We cannot like it here. I don't think so. So after that, we should go ahead and do style the bars. So for the first bar, I'm going to set the width to 93% of this parent element. And we set the height to 0.7 rem. Set the background. You can see it already here, but there is no color to it. So background color is going to be white. Display should be black. You could use inline blocking. Yeah, by default it's black. You don't have to set that. Border radius to 0 in pixel, 15 pixels. It will set the edges of the bottom. So if it's a rectangle here, let's say this one, the first one, there's 4 points to it. The first one is the top left, second one is the top right, bottom right, and the bottom left. So we only gave that to these two, as you can see over here. We need a box shadow. Inset 0, 4 pixels, 5 pixels, RGB 000, and 2%, just like that. Z index is 1, and transform, translate, minus 30% to top, or translate Y, minus 30% to top, just like this. And for the second bar, it's going to inherit everything from the first bar, bar 1. If I save it, you can see that we get that over here, but there is some slight adjustments that we should do. So first one is this. It should be 88. And width is 88. We need the transform. Double the value. And the Z index should be 0. So it goes behind this one. As you can see, we got those. There's actually something you could do just to make him look more like this. So you can just come here and say filter and brightness. So 0.7. Does it actually brightness? So let me see if it's working. Oh, I misspelled the whole thing. There you go. As you can see, it changes the brightness of that. So I will give this one 6. As you can see, it kind of looks more like that. Make it, yeah, there you go. It's actually more like this. So there you go. This is the styling. Let's see that in action here. This is our items. They kind of look exactly the same as this one, besides the actual, what does it called, the actual price. They're the same rather than that. There is a bit difference on the sizing of those, like this ones, but the sizing are totally up to you. You could change them anytime you want. Actually, you have control over everything here. Okay, now let's give it some testings with this. There it is. Oh, paddings are fine. I thought the padding on the left is a bit off, but not. It's not off. Yes, on the tablet sizing, we get 2 of those, and on the mobile sizing, we get 1 of these. That's pretty good. So it's time to move to the footer section, which is this one right over here. So let's dive into the footer section. Okay, for the footer section, we have to come over here, and let me minimize this. In here, inside the components, we should create a new file called footer.js and React functional component footer. So this one should be footer. And let me check if we have the header here, or it's article. Yeah, it's article, so it should be header. Just like this. So for the footer, we need some actual icons here. We need the Instagram, the Twitter. This one is, I don't know what's this, medium.com, and Discord and the Telegram. So let's import those. I've already found them. We have the Instagram from the Bootstrap, Medium from the Bootstrap again, PS Discord, PS Telegram. So roll this. We get the Twitter from GR package. And that's it. Next we need the colors, devices from, not the info, theme file. And that's it. So let's create the components here. Once the socials, const copyright, style small, links, and that's it. Now we should go ahead and use those items. First we need to use the socials, href, vs Instagram, just like that. Let me grab that. Actually, there you go. We should just change them. First is Instagram, then it's Twitter, gr Twitter. It's gr Twitter. Then it's vs Medium. Then we get to Discord. And in the end, we got the Telegram. We press save. We haven't included the footer yet, so and I think we should include the footer inside the app. Yeah, right here. After the page. And yeah, it's right in here. So let's get back to the footer. After socials, we get the copyright. Copyright. Add sign or ampersand. Copy. 2021. That's actually 2022. Crypto.com. All rights received. Reserved, actually. Rights reserved. Let's see. Yes, there you go. They're all here. We cannot see them. The icons are right here. We should change the color when we style them. After the copyright, we get the links. Actually, we need the links, not the link from NextJs. Hey, Shref. And it's help center. We actually duplicate this, and we have three of those. The first one is help center. Then we got the T and C. Actually, like this, and privacy notice. And we got the links right down here, and there's nothing more we should do. Yeah, actually there's nothing more we should do. We should go ahead and start styling them. So we start with the footer element, set the display to flex, align items, center, justify content, space between, flex wrap to wrap, color to colors dot white, and padding is going to be 1 rem, 2 rem for the sides, just like this. Okay, now we got the icons and everything that we wanted here. So let's go to the socials. Flex for display, font size 1.5 rem, gap 1.5 rem. There you go. For the copyright, font size, it's going to be 1, or actually it's 0.9 rem. For the links, set the color to light gray. We are actually not using our themes for the coloring here. We should go ahead and define some light gray in our colors, but I'd rather to use it here. It's just on the ones. Display to flex, flex direction, column, gap 0.2 rem, and that's it. So we need to use the media queries. So devices dot tablet. When we hit tablet sizing, set the flex direction to row and align items center and gap to 1 rem, just like this. So when we hit the when we hit the other sizings, the footer should be fine. So let me see. When we are like this, the footer is something like this here, and when we minimize it, oh sorry, it gets something like this because we set the wrap here. It's still on a row, and right in here it sets it to the column. Not yet, so right in here. You can see it sets it to column. You could say that force this to be here, but they got some mechanism here. As you can see, it shows it right here. So in order to do that, we should change it when we hit the mobile sizing. As you can see, we use the wrap here. We could force that, but I'd rather not to. I don't want to make exactly the same site, but there is workaround for this if you want. So let me turn this back to normal sizing. And the footer is done. Actually, the main page is done, so let's take a look at it. We got the we got here, we got the header, we got the slider, as you can see. Then actually we should give it some padding gap here for a slider. So inside the hero, home hero, for the, is it info container, I think. Let me try gap of 1 rem. Yeah, it's now better, as you can see. Now we have never miss a drop. We have the top creators. We have the grid over here. So the next page is going to be the profile. As we go forward, this tutorial is getting too long and we already like 4 hours in here. I've decided to make this video 2 parts. We already covered this main page or the landing page. It's not a landing page, it's kind of the marketplace page or the home page. And in the next part, which will be dropped soon, like in 1 or 2 days, maybe 3 days, I doubt it, but we will cover this page, the profile page. We'll create it, and this page, which is the asset page or the NFT page or whichever you want to call it. So don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and thank you all for your support.